The plan is to make Chengdu a city within a park. It's looking good. A colourful present, a proud past, and wouldn't you know it, those precious pandas are just about everywhere you look. Welcome to day 3 of the 2024 Thomas and Uber Cups. And our focus this morning is on 6-time women's winners Japan. They've got the players, but can they go the distance? A warm welcome inside the Chengdu High-Tech Zone Sports Centre Gymnasium. We're still at the group stages, quarter-finals on Thursday and Friday, the semis on Saturday. Big finals day is coming up on Sunday. The teams are split into 4 groups of 4. This is Group A and B. China and India lead the way in Group A. Group B, it's Thailand and Chinese Taipei have won their matches so far. Our group, as you can see, is in Group C. Japan have won along with Indonesia, and Korea and Denmark in charge so far in Group D. So Japan versus Hong Kong, China coming up. And then later on this evening, it's Japan-Germany. That's Thomas Cup, so the men in action. Group B, 5 p.m. local time. Well, it's a star-studded Japan squad, headed by Akane Yamaguchi, with the likes of Matsuyama and Shida, as well as Okahara in the singles. And the youngster Miyazaki, looking forward to seeing her, just 17 years of age. She is in action this morning, and we'll see Yamaguchi as well, the former world #1 and double world champion. No weak links there. And they seem to be in pretty good spirits, don't they? Let's have a look at the Hong Kong China squad then. It's a pretty young squad, truth to tell, and you just get the feeling that it's a learning curve for them. Here for big match experience at a big venue, big crowd. You can't really coach that. Looking forward in particular to seeing Yung Ting, who's playing in the doubles with Yung Pui Lam later. But if they get a point on the board, you feel they'll be doing well. Nothing wrong with the huddle on the move, though. Good to see plenty of smiles. Here's our lineup. We start with former world #1, Akane Yamaguchi. Jung Sum Yi looks to have it all to do in that one. Then we switch to doubles. Ultra-consistent Matsuyama and Shida will start overwhelming favourites against Yung Ting and Yung Pui Lam. It's unlikely to get any easier for Hong Kong China after that. Another former world #1, Nozomi Okahara, will have youngster Saloni Meita in her sights. More doubles to follow, and there is a little history here. Miura and Sakuramoto needed 3 games to see off Fan and Yao in their only previous meeting. And we conclude with the battle of the teenagers. 17-year-old Tomoka Miyazaki, already with a World Tour title under her belt this year, against the 18-year-old Liang Ka-win. We are starting with one of the best in the business, Akane Yamaguchi, in the first singles, taking on Yung Sum Lee. And just after 9:30 a.m. local time, players are making their entrance through the mist and smoke there. Yamaguchi leading the way. So popular everywhere she goes, and she will have high hopes, not just here of helping Japan to glory, but also, of course, the upcoming Olympic Games. Only China have a better winning record in the Uber Cup than Japan. 6 times the Japanese have won it. And for Young-Sum Lee, it might prove to be a very testing morning. My name's Trevor Harris. Alongside me is Olympic medalist Chris Langridge. And Chris, for Young-Sum Yi, it's a very, very tough task, and that's probably an understatement.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a difficult game today. I think Yamaguchi's experience is definitely going to show through. But it's a great experience for the whole team from Hong Kong in this encounter today.
Yeah, we could excuse Young-Sum Yi if there are more than a few nerves around. Butterflies in the stomach, I'm sure. As they start the knock-up, and we're going to start with Akane Yamaguchi. There's probably not too much about her that you don't already know. Ranked 4 in the world now. She was #1 for the first time back in April of 2018, would you believe? She's only 26. Two-time world champion. Two-time junior world champion. She won the first junior world title when she was, well, it was way back in 2013. Very, very young. And she is a Yuba Cup winner as well. 2018. And that was the first time that Japan had won the Yuba Cup for 37 years. She's got a couple of silvers and a couple of bronze in this tournament as well. Didn't play on Saturday. 16 World Tour titles, including the All England and the World Tour finals. And her opponent from Hong Kong is Young-Sum Yi, 24 years of age. Her ranking is way down at 178. She has been much higher than that, as you can see. Nearly sneaked into the top 100 a wee while ago. Only match this year before this tournament. She lost in the round of 32 at the Vietnam International, and she lost to Gregoria Tunjung in just over half an hour on Saturday in straight games, as you saw there. This is the first time these two have locked horns. And with the strong squad that they've got, Chris, Japan, I mean, they have the luxury of, mentioned they rested Yamaguchi on Saturday. They can kind of chop and change their lineup, certainly in the group stage.
Definitely, and you know, ladies doubles, the depth they have is, you know, it's
frightening.
Yeah, it really is.
Thank you for your cooperation.
Just feel that Young needs to get a few points on the board early, just to settle herself down a little bit. If she lets Yamaguchi get off to a flyer, it might be a real struggle. Vinay Datan of India is in the umpire's chair to get us started this morning. And that's David Graf von Schwerin from Austria, who will be our service judge.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Hong Kong, China, represented by Young-Sum Yi. And on my left, Japan, represented by Akane Yamaguchi. Japan to serve, love all, play.
So Yamaguchi to get us started on day 3 of action here. Starting as she means to go on. I was just thinking, Chris, a few lengthy rallies wouldn't do Young any harm.
Definitely settle the nerves and get her just feeling comfortable in the match. I mean, it's difficult for Hong Kong, obviously, with their top lady singles player picking up a bit of a niggle and not playing today, which is Lo Sin Yen Happy, who's qualified for the Olympics.
Yes, and of course the Olympics on everyone's mind. The last thing you want to do is risk an injury. It's only a few months till the games. It will be here before you know it. No chances being taken by any of the nations here. She was bossing the early part of that rally, wasn't she? And this is the thing about Yamaguchi, so quick around the court, and she retrieves shuttles that other players just won't get to.
Definitely, her retrieval skills are absolutely incredible, and she kind of almost soaks you in and then sort of counterattacks or then exposes you, and she's so good at working the rally. Patient, calm, and the amount of on-force there she gives her opponents almost minimal.
I was just about to say that. I thought, if I do, the commentator's curse is going to strike right now. But you can usually count them on the fingers of one hand from Yamaguchi.
This is why it's a really big ask today of Jung, just because the experience of Yamaguchi, you know, Yamaguchi's going to feel no nerves out there. She's not going to feel stressed. She's going to play her game.
Yeah, that was close. I don't blame her for challenging this. May have just missed the line, but certainly worth an ask. And if she can keep Jung on 0, that's what she wants to do. Might sound a bit cruel, but sometimes there's no room for sentiment. It's about winning. So for the first time, it's an early call for Hawkeye. Did a little bit of the cork just nudge the line. Yes, it more than nudged it.
Correction in 5 love. Play.
Drift was just started outside the line, but the drift was just moving it from right to left as you look. Well, she wants to challenge you, and I'm not sure she's going to have much joy with this. Only played for a few minutes, but it's already turning into a bit of a taxing morning for the woman from Hong Kong, China.
To be honest, you know, when you look at the rankings, see Yamaguchi 4 in the world, but she's been as high as 1. Jung, who's currently ranked at 178, it is kind of the gulf that we're looking at. It's brilliant. And this, you know, she does so well. Works the rally, she's not impatient, she's calm, composed, Yamaguchi. And I actually tried to find a bit more information on Jung, and it was difficult just because she's only played 11 tournaments.
Yeah.
Which, you know, we're talking about some other players in the world that have played 30. You know, they take your top 10, and she just doesn't quite have that experience kind of on the elite tour.
Yeah, she certainly worked the rally, and she worked her opponent all over the court at that previous point. And it's a real test of character now for Jung to not let that head drop.
Yeah, and it's hard because you don't mean to, but you score watchers, and you know, you're looking at the scoreboard, you're 8 love down, and you can just feel the stress, the pressure building.
Well, we are completely neutral up here, but no one wants to see anyone bageled. So Jung on the board, at least, in this opening game.
Not sure what happened there on Yamaguchi's footwork. She got it slightly wrong.
Oh, she could have put that anywhere she wanted, couldn't she?
Yeah, and she does it so effortlessly, you know, it looks so comfortable and calm, nothing's rushed. All the options, I mean, played to perfection. Yeah, I was just looking through Jung, some of her kind of performances, and runner-up at the Portuguese International Series back in 2022 was one of her better results, and you know, you compare that to world champion, it is quite a gulf in achievements.
Yeah, double world champion, 16 World Tour titles. Made a couple of finals this year, Yamaguchi. Lost in the French Open final and also the All England, where she had a bit of an injury and had to basically withdraw midway through the second game, having lost the first against Carolina Marin. So we're going to count these, Chris. That's one, maybe two unforced errors.
Yeah.
But when you're 10-2 up, doesn't really make a great deal of difference. Good lead.
This is really important for Jung to give us some belief. You know, you start to doubt yourself. You doubt everything you're doing, shot selection, the movement, where the shuttle's going. Getting these few points back should hopefully help her just calm the nerves and settle.
She's won 3 of the last 5 points. But they're going to go to the interval with Yamaguchi in a commanding 11-3 lead, and that after just 8 minutes on court. Well, tough for Jung and tough for the coaches as well, really, because, I mean, they obviously know there's a huge golfing class. They've just got to try and instill a little bit of self-belief and just keep the player going, basically.
That's the thing, yeah, you've got to, it sounds so simplistic, but you've got to keep believing, you know, even though you're 11-3 down, it's kind of irrelevant. You've got to almost pretend it's love all still. Go out there with a positive mental attitude. You know, Yamaguchi, she will make mistakes, and she has. I'm going to be honest, she's made more than I would have anticipated. It's also hard for Yamaguchi to keep her concentration because it is quite comfortable at the moment. It's when you almost start to go for more to try and win the points a bit more easily.
Normal service resumed. Oh, well done.
Oh, my goodness.
How did you get that? That's ridiculous. Just about to say well done to Jung, and Yamaguchi produces that. Bit of magic.
I have no idea how she got this back. It's almost out of frame. We can't quite see. That is unbelievable.
That deflates you big time.
And that's the thing. She played a great rally. That's the best rally she's played in the match so far, definitely.
Yep. But still not good enough to win the point.
Yamaguchi showing how it's done.
14-4.
And it might sound a bit merciless, but you know, if you're Yamaguchi, you just want to get this job done as quickly as possible. It's a long tournament. Keep yourself as fresh as you can, because obviously there'll be much tougher tests to come.
Yeah, it's one of the big luxuries. Obviously, Yamaguchi wasn't in the team for the first match, and they can almost rest players against certain nations exactly to make sure that they are fresh for the big games. Some other teams maybe don't quite have that luxury. When you look at the Hong Kong team, as in the ladies team and the men's team together, there are a few categories that they really specialise in, and I think ladies singles is just an area that they're kind of rebuilding at the moment and working upon, and a lot of the team are very young.
Nearly.
Didn't know if we were going to see a challenge there.
17-4.
It's a nice idea, just didn't quite execute it properly, but it's about fractions sometimes.
Very good judgment there from Yamaguchi.
18-4.
Starts to feel like for Jung that, what do I need to do to win the point, you know? I wouldn't say it's crazy as this sounds that she's actually playing badly. Just say Yamaguchi is just, you know, head and shoulders level above.
Rare miscue from the Japanese.
5-19.
So, little matter of 15 game points here for Yamaguchi.
Game point, 5.
And in just 15 minutes, she takes the opening game.
First game won by Japan, 21-5. Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Second game. Up or play.
So Jung Sum-yi likely to be in for some more punishment here in the second game. Just got to keep going.
Again, really impressive from Yamaguchi. And it's hard because obviously you'd say you need to make tactical changes for Hong Kong, but it's hard to be able to implement them just because the golfing level is quite considerable, so it's hard to make these tactical changes.
Yeah, she's just not going to be able to play this match on her terms.
Yeah.
Jung.
And you know, it comes down to, you look at experience and vastly different. You know, we're talking about one of the very best players in the world, and Jung from Hong Kong, she just hasn't quite had that chance yet with the amount of tournaments she's played, you know, the level, the opponent she's played against. This could well be the best player she's ever played.
Well, it's an improvement, big improvement on the first game. She was 8-love down. She has a slender lead here, thanks to a couple of Yamaguchi errors.
A lot better, and this is the thing, you know, I think the 8-love start, it really kind of phased her, and it would do, because you feel even more stressed, even more under pressure, and, you know, she's moving better now. You're often hesitant when you're, you know, when you feel a bit nervous, when you feel a bit uncomfortable, and having this 3-1 lead will hopefully just settle those nerves and let her move more freely and be a little bit more confident out there.
She'll also get some confidence because her opponent started making a few mistakes.
Yeah, and this is the thing that will happen for Yamaguchi, you know, she can't win the point quite as easily. Wow. What a transformation from the first game. Can also be when you're not used to playing, you know, quite at this level. I mean, that's an incredible shot. But when you're not used to playing at this level, the first game is a shock because everything seems a surprise. And second game, though, totally different player from Jung.
Yeah, that's brilliant from Yamaguchi.
Yeah, that's just a very good shot, and I think for Jung, she should, you know, be able to accept that because it is just a good shot from Yamaguchi. She hasn't done anything wrong at all, and she's had such a good start to this second game. this is what she can't afford to do, though. She can't afford to give any just really cheap, easy points away when she's worked so hard and done so well to have such a good start in this second game.
You always thought the fight back would come. Bewitched, bothered and bewildered at the moment. Young Sum-Yi, Yamaguchi, cool, calm and collected.
Wow.
Oh, great shot.
We've seen two moments of absolute magic in this second game. Saw a forehand cross-court drop, and that's unbelievable.
Yeah, she kind of sold Yamaguchi the dummy there, didn't she?
Yeah.
And she bought it.
Brilliant show.
It is a facet, isn't it, of kind of team badminton. You get this kind of reaction. You get the rest of the squad, or most of them, watching and cheering, making some noise. Most of the time it's all individual stuff, obviously with the doubles as well, but it certainly festers a unified approach.
Yeah, and it's interesting how it can affect the player sometimes. Obviously, without meaning to, it can cause a little bit more stress on the player just because, you know, they feel like they've got the whole country kind of behind them, but it can feel like the pressure of the country on their shoulders, and some people kind of grow and they love that extra support.
Yeah, you don't want to let anyone down, do you? That's the thing. Would have expected her to make that. Much more for them to cheer in this second game.
Service over. 6-7.
Very quick to spot the opportunity there, Yamaguchi, and it was a very straightforward put away. It's okay. And there was some great retrieving earlier in that rally from Yun.
Yeah, and it's a totally different player from the first game. Much, much improved. She's taking the game on now. It's a big ask for anyone when you have to move up the pecking order, as it were, when the top player's injured and you go, instead of being number 2, you're number 1, and you get thrown in against one of the very, very best in the world.
So it's taken a little while, but Yamaguchi gets on terms in game 2, having trailed 5-1 at one stage.
brilliant again. We've definitely seen moments of, you know, real class here. Just to be able to do this against one of the best players in the world is really, really impressive.
Yeah, and she's forcing Yamaguchi into errors you just would not expect, and she has a 3-point lead over the former world #1 at the mid-game interval. Can't help but think these are important points now for Young. So someone will let Yamaguchi get right back into this game straight away after the interval. Easier said than done. Nowhere near deep enough from the Hong Kong woman.
No, and it's exactly what Yamaguchi would have wanted after the break. 2 pretty quick points just to get her back in. That's a lovely shot. She's got that cross-court forehand.
Got it.
Yep. You know, no matter what happens in this match, if Young maybe doesn't manage to sneak this second game, she should be so kind of proud of herself and the way that she's transformed from the first game to the second game.
Yamaguchi second best in that rally from pretty much the first shot. Even so, really had to battle to win it, Young. So Yamaguchi gets shuttles back that other women just don't. That's a beautiful shot.
Yeah, how tight Yamaguchi can play those slow drops.
So for the first time in the second game, Yamaguchi ahead.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. That's what I mean about these like slightly slower, softer drops. The quality that Yamaguchi has is exceptional.
It just has class written all over it, doesn't it, that shot?
I mean, it clipped the tape and it's clearly in front of the service line.
Wasn't a bad shot from Young, it really wasn't.
No, there's an incredible block again. And Yamaguchi now, all of a sudden, she's just stepped her game up and she's just showing her class, just with her shot quality.
Makes it look ridiculously easy. Anyone who's ever played knows it is anything but.
Yamaguchi now, she's really taking charge of these points. She's the one stepping up, taking control of the rallies. Since the interval 11, Yamaguchi's really stepped up.
Yeah, didn't fancy a third game. Japan's third and final group match will be against Indonesia. Which will obviously be a lot tougher. Hong Kong will fancy their chances against Uganda. But unless we get some unbelievable turn-up, looks like it's going to be Japan and Indonesia going through from Group C to the quarterfinals. So 7 match points now for Akane Yamaguchi.
I think, you know, Young, she's got to be proud of how she changed from the first game to the second. She challenged Yamaguchi at points.
Well, a scoreline that certainly does not flatter Young. She's really battled in this match and much more respectable, obviously, in game 2. Great shot as well. But that's out, and that's it. 21 points to 14 in the second game, a match that lasted more than half an hour. In the end, 35 minutes they were on court. Much improved showing from Young Sum-Yi in that second game. But in the end, class wins out. Yamaguchi kicks off Yuba Cup in 2024 with a victory. Probably a pretty good warm-up for her, truth to tell. So 21-5, and then a much improved, as I say, 21-14. 35 minutes, the official match time. Well, it's going to be tough for Hong Kong China in match number 2 as well, because Yung Na Ting and Yung Kui Lam up against the hugely talented Matsuyama and Shida in the first of the doubles. That's up next. welcome back to the 4th most populated city in the country, and it's pretty well populated here in the arena as well. We had excellent crowds over the weekend, going to be even bigger this coming weekend for the semis and the final, but good crowd in today for a Monday morning, and it's time to concentrate on the first doubles. Nami Matsuyama and Chiharu Shida taking on Yung Na Ting and Yung Pui Lam. Performed with some distinction, actually, the Hong Kong-China pair in the first match. Went 3 games, albeit on the wrong end of the scoreline eventually. But this is a tougher test against Matsuyama and Shida. I can tell you that the officials are now on court, and we wait for the player introduction.
Japan versus Hong Kong, China. Women's double. Nami Matsuyama, Chiharu Shida versus Yung Na Ting, Yung Pui Lam.
So players coming onto court.
From Sri Lanka. Sinister, 24, from Chinese Taipei.
It is the first meeting between these two pairs. Been playing together for such a long time, Matsuyama and Shida. Won their first title way back in 2017 at the Smiling Fish event in Thailand. And they're ranked number 4 in the world, the Japanese pair. They have been as high as 2. That was the back end of 2022. And obviously a lot of Uber Cup experience as well for the 2 Japanese. Won silver back in 2020. In fact, Matsuyama played with Nagahara on Saturday and won in 20 minutes. Shida, who's a year older than her partner. Won 11 World Tour titles, these two, including 3 last year, and the French Open in Paris in March. Also runners-up at the All England the following week, so we know that they come here in excellent form. It's going to be very, very difficult for Yung Na Ting and Yung Pui Lam to find a weakness, you would think. But as I say, they did well in their opening match. Lost in 3 games to Meisari and Sugiyato on Saturday. And looking at their results this season, they are ranked 20 in the world, so on paper this should be more competitive. They have been up as high as 17, as you can see there, but recent form kind of patchy. Did get to the quarterfinals of both the India Open and the German Open, but of late nothing past the round of 16. How do you see this one, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say this is definitely the most experienced players from Hong Kong. Definitely the highest ranked, but for me, the Japanese are really, really good. On their day, you know, definitely one of the best players in the world. I would say they're the fastest ladies doubles player in the world, so it is going to be a big ask for Hong Kong to be able to turn this round.
Interesting that Nami Matsuyama played with Nagahara in the first match, now reunited with her regular partner.
Japan to serve, Nami Matsuyama to Yong Gating, low ball, play.
So Matsuyama to get this second match of the tie underway. Well, a couple of early points certainly won't do their confidence any harm.
Three kind of cheap-ish errors from the Japanese, which, you know, we don't normally see.
Yeah, a bit of a sloppy start from Matsuyama and Shida.
Wow, very good defense. And again, here we're seeing a quite unique service situation. Both players from Hong Kong side by side rather than one front, one back.
What would be the thinking behind that, Chris, you think?
Well, it could be, is she struggling a little bit on her serve? It could be she thinks she's got a deceptive forehand serve. I would guess it's more that she finds it a little bit uncomfortable to serve, so they're finding that as an easier situation to be in.
Hit the line.
Service over, 5-3.
Yeah, and this pair from Hong Kong, you know, they are experienced, they are good, qualified for the Olympics, which is difficult to do in the doubles categories just because maximum of only 16 entries. The way they've started this game, really confident, really positive, really challenging, one of the best players in the world.
Indonesia versus Thailand. Men's double. Faizah Alfian, Muhammad Lian Arianto versus Choi Sukwan, Hoppaton Kilalasaku.
裁判员查克兰加、斯里兰卡，发球裁判员雅各布，丹麦。
Umpire DM Chaturina Krishwanas from Sri Lanka. Service judge Jacob Sindel from Denmark.
I would say Japanese haven't quite settled. We've seen a lot more simpler mistakes than you normally see. It can just take time for a partnership to settle in into a hall or into the conditions. Or here we go, see this quite unique stance again. Good low serve. Wow. There's only one other pair I can think that do that. Matsumoto and Nagahara obviously have a similar setup. Little indecision there, didn't know who was going for it.
3号场地汤姆斯杯印度队对阵英格兰队男子双打，兰基迪迪、谢提对阵本莱恩肖恩文迪。
Court 3, Thomas Cole, India versus England. Men's double. Regularity Satwik Sairaj. Shani Chile versus Ben Lane. Sean Bindi.
裁判员阮范迪安，越南；发球裁判员伯特，比利时。
Umpire Nguyen Phong Duyan from Vietnam. Service judge Bernard Van Hollenbeek from Belgium.
He's struggling at the moment. Got the net there. Shida.
Yeah, I would say that, you know, full credit to the pair from Hong Kong. They've come out and they've started well and they're playing well, but Japanese haven't quite settled, not playing the game that kind of we would be expecting. Brilliant. Yeah, this is not what anyone would expect at all. Like, at the moment, there's one pair that is far superior to the other, and it's the lower ranked pair from Hong Kong, making the moves, controlling the game. Look at that, great interception. You can see the Japanese feeling really uncomfortable out there. Again, another uncharacteristic, simple-ish mistake.
So 11-6 it is, mid-game interval. Japanese pair in a bit of trouble here.
Keep pressure, fast going from. Okay, this good speed.
嗰邊順攻嘅，咁所以咧，佢哋啲進攻咧會大力啲，咁你哋可以照放開咁樣照出嚟，連貫快啲得到㗎啦。個風嚟嗰邊，個風向嗰邊睇住。
Always thinking next, yeah?
Okay,
20 seconds. Fourth one, 20 seconds.
So can they continue in the same vein? Yung Nating and Yun Pui Lam. Had to work hard to win that point, the Japanese, didn't they?
And I think that's the key, you know. The Japanese, maybe a rally like that can help them settle, but before that, the pair from Hong Kong have done so well to make the Japanese work so hard to win the point, and this is where I think some of the easier mistakes had come, because the Japanese were having to work so hard to win the point.
Well, this time, the back of the court, Matsuyama makes the error.
And the big thing is, you know, errors obviously happen, but generally errors happen when you're stretched out of balance, below tape, in a difficult position, but probably 6 unforced errors from the Japanese have happened when they're above tape, on balance, and in a fairly good position. And they're really struggling with a service situation, which I'm a little bit surprised about. It's definitely not what I would have expected. I've seen these Japanese play a number of times, and I'm very, very impressed with their level normally. And today, so far, you know, it's not quite there, but full credit to the pair from Hong Kong. They've played incredibly well so far. Doing everything almost perfect. There was times where they were stood so high up defending and defending so well, and that chance, as soon as they get a chance to step in, there, a little bit loose, but so quick in. One of the things that Flandy was saying at the interval was just keep the pace, keep the speed, because one of the things the Japanese are so good at is how fast they are, but it doesn't seem like that at all out there. The Hong Kong pair seems just as quick, if not quicker.
The other thing is they've hardly made an unforced error, the Hong Kong pair.
Yeah, which is very difficult to do considering the speed that they've moved at. It's a very impressive performance so far from them. Matsuyama, Shida, they just haven't really settled. They haven't got into the game yet. We haven't seen that quick speed, that change of pace from them. If things continue like this, I'm going to be honest, it's going to be difficult for the Japanese to come back in this first game. And it's still early on, so it's definitely possible, but the pair from Hong Kong, they've just been so good so far.
And the scoreline, I think, is a fair one.
Yeah, 100%.
More like it.
Yeah, and that's what we expect from the Japanese. Brilliant from Shida at the net, putting pressure on, chasing the neck shuttle down. Wow. So aggressive on that return of serve, and then sharp and ready for the next one.
Yeah, terrific in nutting.
I've seen the pair from Hong Kong play a few times, but the level they're playing right now is pretty sure the best I've ever seen.
Well, sometimes players just rise to the occasion, and that's exactly what they're doing at the moment. That was by far the worst serve she's probably ever executed. Wasn't even halfway up the net.
Japanese is don't really know what to do. Struggling to find the gaps. Normally they're consistent, you know, pair that works really well around each other, but at the moment they just can't find any space on the court.
First fault called by the service judge.
It's looking, is looking very, very difficult for the Japanese. I think the biggest thing is they've got to, if they do lose this point, got to get themselves feeling comfortable before the start of the second game. But could still definitely come back in this first game.
So 9 game points, remarkably, for the Hong Kong pair. Remarkable, really. 21-11. It's only taken them 14 minutes. I don't think too many would have predicted that. Now this is going to be fascinating. We're going to see Matsuyama and Shida fight back here and show a bit of class.
That's the thing, you know, that. So the first game summed up was pure brilliance from the Hong Kong on one hand, but just so many unforced errors from the Japanese on the other. missed it. Very hard to control that final shot with a string going. Really impressive there. Japanese working together on that attack. Shida taking a tiny bit of pace out. Matsuyama at the net making the interception.
Wonderful judgment. Forcing both the Hong Kong women desperately scrambling for it. Neither could get there.
Brilliant interception on that stop drop. Shida almost going in the way of each other.
Great defence, and it pays off.
Yeah, and I'd say probably the only thing at the moment that pair from Hong Kong maybe lacking just a fraction is just that extra oomph, that extra bit of power to be able to put the shuttle away. They're working around each other so well. When they get in the slightly shorter lift, it's hard without that big firepower to be able to put it away. How it can all change.
Amazing, isn't it?
First game, pair from Hong Kong literally didn't do anything wrong. They played almost to perfection. Second game, Japanese have definitely raised their level, more consistent, getting the attack, and then just a few mistakes coming. Pair from Hong Kong. Good attack. The ends will play a part, but not as big as this transformation has happened.
Yeah.
Not sure the Japanese got through in any of the first game when they had the attack, or if they did, it was 1 or 2, whereas they've already got through, you know, 2 or 3 times so far in the second game. With the miss hit at last shot, but brilliant defense again. This one there, just a slight miss here. You can see the shuttle bobble. Shida didn't quite move into it. Need an extra step. Chance there, just a little carried away.
Well, despite the transformation, they're still not having it totally their own way, Matsuyama and Shida. Still getting involved in some very competitive rallies here. That was much more authoritative.
Really good counter defense. Exactly where the gap was. Yeah, good push up the line. Much better performance from the Japanese in the second game so far.
Well, it would be a surprise if Matsuyama and Shida let this lead slip in game two. Really quick match, actually. 26 minutes for game and a half.
Yeah, which is very surprising. Considering two really good pairs, you'd expect slightly longer rallies. But the first game was incredibly quick. Really sharp at the net there. And then just ready, brilliant. Great stop off. That's what we saw a lot of in the first game. spotted there on the defence. Fully forehand, massive gap on that cross court for the backhand side.
Yeah, the shots that they just weren't finding in the first game, Shida absolutely nailed that.
Cross-court block. Shida's just a bit too loose. Sell it early. Our opponents can take it. It's too much trouble. Patient, worked the rally well. Didn't really give the Japanese anything to work with on the defence. There's so much pressure there. Couldn't get it away. See there, it's under loads of pressure. Well-placed attack, and then really good placement on that last shot. See how much stress the pair from Hong Kong are under there.
Yeah, I mean, you suspect they were expecting this kind of a response from the Japanese after they won the first game so convincingly, but they're starting to show why they are ranked 4 in the world, Matsuyama and Shida.
Yeah, and they did really well to turn it around, because in the first game they were totally outclassed. They couldn't find their level, but the pair from Hong Kong were incredible. Possibly, you know, one of the best games they've played. Showing the experience. Yeah, number 4 in the world for a reason. They've got so much experience now. Managed to turn things around. It's impossible to tell from where we are, but when she's lining up, it does look like she's holding it quite high, but it's impossible for us to tell because the angle she actually strikes it at. See how high, yeah. Quite move to that one fully to get around the head. Both of them been so dangerous at the net. The pair from Hong Kong has been so impressive to see. The thing for me is I'd be so interested to know how it works with their training, just because when you have a pair that are so much better than the other pairs from their country, it can be quite difficult in training, just because how do you get the sparring? See, Japan have so many good pairs, China so many good pairs, South Korea so many good pairs, but there's a lot of, especially in the ladies doubles, a lot of nations out there that just have one pair, and how do they get round that obstacle?
Wonderful placement. Knew she didn't have to really put any force on it. It was just the angle. Was always taking it away from Yung Ting.
Yeah, the attack on this one is just too flat. You can see. Matsuyama almost takes it above her shoulder. She can almost hit it in a downward direction.
Out. Service over. 11-16.
Creeping back into this.
Yeah, important next couple of points for the Japanese pair here. And I'm going to give Yung Ting and Yung Pui Lam a sniff in this second game after seemingly controlling it for long periods.
Service over. 17-12.
Brilliant again. Both of them so dangerous at the net. To be good at the net, you have to make moves. This is what they've done so well there. Great interception. Can't be passive at the net. You've got to be aggressive but with your movement more than the shot.
Yeah, that was Yung Ting again. She's done that so many times.
Good serve. Absolutely brilliant.
What an angle.
They've come alive again in this probably last 5 or 6 points. That's just sublime.
(12-5) at one point earlier in this game, and now we're just giving the Japanese pair cause for concern.
Brilliant defense again. You know, I don't think it was the best smash, Matsuyama, but fantastic defense. I do think in this, and we're going to see it in a second, this situation where they have the service situation, I do think the Japanese need to just stand just half a step further back to put a little bit more pressure on the serve. That's what I think they need to do. Got to be on balance when they're hitting that return of serve.
Just try to hit that a bit too hard.
Brilliant return of serve. Nothing Shida could do there.
So 4 game points here for Matsuyama and Shida to level the match. Well, it was mighty hard work, but they are there, and we've got a decider to look forward to here. Matsuyama and Shida take game 2, 21-16. Third game to come. So here we go then with the decider. Just wonder if Jung Na-Ting and Yu Kui-Lian can get back to somewhere near the level they showed us in the opening game. Because if they can, still potentially have a shock result on the cards here.
Amazing backhand there from the trouble she was in, Matsuyama.
Arguably the most entertaining rally of the match so far. Can't fault the effort there. Full-length dive, all to no avail in the end. I'm not sure if the message at that last interval between games from the coaches was just exert pressure, but if it was, they're taking the coaches at their word, because making life difficult at the moment for their opponents, Matsuyama and Shida, this decider.
Good serve, good interception. Doing the basics quite well at the moment, the Japanese. You know, I said it before, I'm a bit surprised the Japanese are still struggling quite as much in this service, or this return of serve situation. From Matsuyama at the net. It's an interception that she did. Maybe 2 or 3 shots from the end. That's what changed it all. It's this one here. Puts them under pressure. Sort of sets it all up. Easy put away. Good stop off the shot before as well. Took all the pace out, made her opponent move. Placement on the attack.
Oh, she did brilliantly. Not the winning shot, the one before it, Shida, because it was really awkward into the body.
This one there gets herself out of trouble really well, and then nice and calm and composed on that last shot.
Just looks like they've got their measure now, doesn't it, Chris? It's kind of taken them a while to assert their supremacy, but I think they're there now.
Yeah, first game they were off the pace, but you know, they weren't really allowed to play. Second game they found their level, and now third definitely again. I've seen Matsuyama and Shida play a lot, and you know, when they get in their rhythm and they're flowing and confident, for me, they're, you know, number 4 in the world, but they are one of the very, very best. Could easily have won, not easily, but could have won the French Open. Feels like any time the Japanese are just going to stretch away, just a few cheaper mistakes just creep in.
Yeah, just enough to keep the Hong Kong pair interested at the moment.
Something you can't give the pair from Hong Kong a chance, because look at some of the performances: Denmark Open quarterfinal, India Open quarterfinal, German Open quarterfinal, Asian Games quarterfinal. They, you know, they can play to a very, very good level.
So that's 4 points in a row for Yung Lo Ting and Yung Pui Lam. All of a sudden, this decider right back in the melting pot. That's a little wasteful though. That will annoy. So a lead at the break, but maybe not as big a one as they would have hoped, but it's 11-7, Matsuyama and Shida. Well, that's a handy bit of good fortune. Well, take with one hand and give with the other at the moment. That's a couple of service errors that they've gifted to Matsuyama and Shida.
Placement on the final shot there. Committed too much to the forehand there in defence. Really good defence from the Japanese.
Boy, they earned that point. Just stayed in the rally, and eventually got their reward. Just at the business end now of the decider, Japanese pair pulling away from their opponents.
Made the right move there. Matsuyama, she read it. Where the gap was. She slightly snatched at it. Yeah, brilliant counter there. So you have to be so careful. Got to get an angle on that overhead. It's too flat, it's easy for your opponent to just counter it and put you in trouble. Brilliant placement on that attack, just going slightly across Shida.
Well, they certainly haven't given up. They're going to have to see this out. Matsuyama and Shida, even with a healthy lead and the winning line in sight.
Definitely one of those games where each pair's just pulled away from the other. Moments where each pair's just played to a much higher level than their opposition.
So, 9 match points for Matsuyama and Shida. That will work. 21-11 in the final game. A match that lasted for exactly an hour. And after a brilliant first game from the Hong Kong pair, Matsuyama and Shida fought back. But they really had to raise their level after the way that Yung Na Ting and Yung Pui Lam started. So 2-love now in the tie to Japan. Not at their best today, certainly not early on, but it's all smiles now for the world number 4 pair. And that was the way it ended. So the Japanese win 11-21. 21-16, 21-11, an hour on court. When we return, we're going to put the emphasis back on singles. Chance to see Nozomi Okahara, former world number 1, up against Saloni Meita. That's next. Well, a very warm welcome back to our continuing coverage of the 2024 Thomas and Uber Cups, coming from the capital city of the Chinese province of Sichuan, Chengdu. Around 21 million live here. You can see why they want to turn it into a park within a city. 2 matches in to this Group C Uber Cup encounter, and the emphasis now is back on singles, with Nozomi Okahara about to face off against Saloni Mehta. And as we saw in the match between Yamaguchi and Jung Sum-Yi earlier, might be a very, very big gap in terms of quality between these two women. Certainly if you look at the rankings, even though Okuhara's slipped down to number 17 in the world, her opponent barely inside the top 200. Just waiting for the officials to make their way out onto our show court. Just a reminder, we do have live coverage from Court 2 as well, and will have throughout the event. In fact, the semi-finals on Saturday will be split 2 on Court 1, 2 on Court 2. Officials are now on court, so our players should be entering stage left very shortly. Here they come. And Chris, as I was saying, I think we could be in for a similar scenario as we saw in the first singles match between Yamaguchi and Jung Sum-Yi, because just on the bare statistics, it looks a big golfing class.
Yeah, you know, it's difficult for the singles players from Hong Kong because they're up against such, you know, strength in the Japanese. You know, third lady singles player from Japan is possibly the hottest talent on the planet in regards to, she's 17 and world junior champion and coming through, and that's the third player. And second player, Okuhara, she's an Olympic medalist. You know, she's a world champion at second. So it's a big, big ask for all the lady singles players from Hong Kong to try and have a massive upset to defeat one of the Japanese players in the singles.
First time that these players have faced each other, not surprisingly.
Okay, black or red? Black for Japan. Black it is. Receive. You stay here.
Chris mentioned that Okuhara's a former Olympic medalist and world champion. She won bronze in Rio in 2016 and was world champion a year after that. She's still not quite 30. Always relied on her speed, her agility, her endurance, and technical ability too. And she was a Uber Cup winner back in 2018. 7 World Tour titles, including 2 last year at the Syed Modi and then the Super 100 Odisha Masters. And this year, that was her result on Saturday against Kobagabe of Uganda. Just took 20-odd minutes, but she's already lost in the final of the Indonesia Masters this year, so she's playing well. And her opponent from Hong Kong, China is Saloni Mehta. Just 21 years of age. Ranked way down, you can see, at 188 in the world. She has been a little higher than that. And she was in action also on Saturday against Indonesia. And she lost in straight games to Esther Wadoyo. Match that lasted 34 minutes. There it is. I think part of the attitude, Chris, is just got to go out there and enjoy it, enjoy the occasion. You know, big crowd, TV cameras everywhere.
Yeah, definitely. I think the difficult thing is it's not always easy to enjoy it when it's not going your way.
Yeah.
But no, it's definitely it's get experience, because for all the lady singles players from Hong Kong, you know, none of them really have the experience at the highest level. So, you know, we saw in the first match the difference in the first game and the second game from Jung Sum-Yi. It was, you know, dramatic improvement in the second game. It's going to be interesting what we see today from Meta.
With Van Graaf from Austria in the umpire's chair, and Afini Datan of India is the service judge for this match.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Hong Kong, China, represented by Saloni Semirbai Mehta. And on my left, Japan, represented by Nozomi Okuhara. Hong Kong, China to serve. Love all. Play.
So Saloni Mehta will get this third match of the tie underway. Japan leading 2-love. Good leave that. Always awkward when it kind of comes over your shoulder like that. First point of the match, but it was just wide. Remember in the first singles match, Yamaguchi was 8-love up against Jung Sim Yi in just a couple of minutes, and it completely set the tone for the first game, albeit that Jung responded quite well in the second. But Mehta would obviously want to avoid a similar kind of fate. That's better.
Oh yeah, very impressive.
It's over. 1, 2.
Nice finesse there from Okuhara.
1.
Okuhara's been plagued with injuries, you know, so many niggly ones and more serious ones over probably the last 18 months that it's so nice to see her playing again on a more consistent basis.
Yeah, and the thing is, the older you get, the more time it takes to recover. And
oh, I know that too well. Yeah. You know, Okuhara, she's only 29, but she's been on tour for an incredibly long time and so successful. It's so hard for a player when you come back from injury and then another one and then another injury, and it kind of, you keep moving forward, but you keep, and then eventually, you know, moving back, moving forward, moving back, and she's done so well to kind of find her level again. She has been plagued so long with these frustrating injuries. Lovely reverse slice there again. Great deception on the overhead.
Could not have placed that any better.
Yeah, perfect. Moving her opponent around the court so well.
This is Australia. Women's double. Hu Lingfang, Deng Chunxun versus Whitney Here, Korea Somerville.
And again, making the court big.
Paul the Piper from Netherlands. Service judge Liu Ying from China.
Nice hit there from Okuhara. Mater will take that. There's a big gulf in the world rankings. 17 and 188, but also Mater, she's studying in psychology university. She's not actually a full-time professional badminton player. Competing against an Olympic medalist. It's the last thing you want.
That's two now, isn't it, as well?
Whenever you want a little bit of luck on your sides, when you're facing a big challenge. Also breaking a string, doing that at the same time from Okuhara. See, in singles, when you break a string, it's almost impossible to continue the rally. Doubles, at least you have a partner to cover you.
Wild one that from Mater.
10-3.
Moment it always looks like Mater's just on the back foot. She's having a chase. Okuhara's the one who's taking control of the rallies. Great rally.
6-10.
Taking command, taking charge. And then stepping up, chasing a shuttle. Good kill.
So that's 4 points in a row for Mater, putting up a bit of resistance here to the former world #1.
Just a few unforced errors creeping in from Okuhara.
So she will lead at the mid-game interval, maybe by fewer points than she would have wanted. 11-8 it is, in the Japanese's favour.
開高波咧，即係你先防守啦。咁你要做好準備，你要準備佢先控制你。佢個前面嗰兩板打唔死你，你哋有機會嘅，知唔知？所以你一開完高波，你一定要準備好晒，你要準備佢落手，你要守住佢，你守住佢三板，你就可以，你有機會。明唔明啊？明唔明啊？
11-8. Play. Serve is over. 9-11.
I think Mater's going to be distinctly encouraged by some of these errors from her opponent. I think she was expecting quite so many.
Yeah, I mean, this is the big thing. Mate says she's not having to do a lot at the moment to actually win the point, just because the cheaper unforced errors. She played that rally well. She exposed her opponent, made her move, made her stretch, yes, but still, for Okuhara to be making quite so many unforced errors, it is a surprise.
Service over. 12.
Definitely say so far of the rallies we've seen, the majority of points haven't ended with somebody winning the point. It's just been someone trying maybe a bit too hard to win the point and an unforced error creeping in.
Service over. 11. 12.
As well for Okuhara, you know, she's got the experience and she's got the speed as well to kind of cause enough trouble for her opponent. Doesn't have to try and do anything too perfect.
Well, complete misjudgment there from Meita. It was well inside both backline and sideline. Well, she's returned the favour.
Service over. 12. 13. Japan challenges.
So, challenge from Okuhara, who you'd have to say has allowed Meita right back into this first game. Remember, she was 10-3 ahead at one point.
Correction.
Good challenge, though. It's out by a long way.
Service over. 14. 12. Play. Service over. 13.
It's the right shot there
15.
from Okuhara. Just pushes it slightly too long. Control the power on it, go slightly higher.
Yeah, well reached.
Yeah, it's a good shot, well intercepted.
16.
This is the thing for Okuhara, I think she just needs to find that composure to work the rally. She's got the shot, she's got the speed, she's got everything to win the points, but it's just the unforced errors that she's given her opponent so far. It's allowed it to be much closer than we would have anticipated.
That's a lovely angle.
17-13.
This is it, you know, the very end of last year when Okuhara found her level, winning the Saeed Modi and the Odisha Masters. I think everyone started to think, are we going to see a resurgence? And, you know, we've seen that start this year as well. Yeah, lovely shot. That must have been tough for Okuhara, not quite managing to qualify for the Olympics, being the third-ranked Japanese player. Only 2 will qualify, both have to be in the top 16, in the third rank, meaning that not high enough.
Yeah, tough standard.
It's a great shot there from
14-18.
Great angle.
Serve is over. 19.
Well, you wouldn't say it's been completely plain sailing, but it appears as though Okuhara, within touching distance, have taken this opener.
Serve is over.
Not been at her best, though,
19.
that's for sure, so far. But here are 5 game points
Over. 20,
to put her in front in this match.
50.
Nicely done. So 15 minutes on court and 21 points to 15. First blood, Japan.
21-15. Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds. Second game, level, play.
Great shot. Great start to the second game there.
1 love.
Yeah, she made a very slow start, didn't she, to the first game, made to 10-3 down before she found a bit of spark and a bit of rhythm. You really want to give Okuhara that kind of an advantage again.
Perfect. This is the big thing for, you know, the whole lady singles squad from Hong Kong. This is just about getting experience. None of them have many tournaments on the world rankings. Only 12 for Meita, so it's a case of when you play players of this caliber, just learning from it, taking it in.
2-1.
Great experience, great learning curve to kind of be on.
Well, sluggish start from Okuhara. Errors. She made quite a few in the first game. And Meita showed us enough that she can't afford to let a level drop too much, because a woman from Hong Kong can take advantage, and there's another mistake from the Japanese.
Sometimes a game like this is, you know, it's really good for Okuhara just to get herself feeling comfortable in the hall. She's going to be a vital member of the team later on in this tournament. Probably playing third singles. Great shot.
Service over. 2-4.
Really good. This is, you know, it's what we saw similar in the first ladies singles. Difference in the first game and the second game. Young Sum Yi, you know, first game found things a little bit difficult, maybe didn't quite play her best. Second game, level rose dramatically. Not quite to the same extent in this match, because I think Okuhara allowed Meita to play to a good level in the first game. At second game already, to 5-2 lead.
Yeah, and whether Okuhara would have the same kind of ability to come back as we saw Yamaguchi do in the second game, I'm not sure. Same, Meita's shown that she's potentially a dangerous customer if Okuhara does let her level drop. That was a nice piece of deception, though, from the Japanese.
See the frustration on Meita's face there. She knows that's a comfortable mistake. She had that. Just want to push that into court. Good placement on the overhead. I do feel at the moment it still is all up to Okuhara, and she's either the one creating or making the unforced error.
Good late decision to let that go. Knew it was going to beat the sideline.
Service over. 6-all.
Steps up well there, reads it, clinical kill.
Once again, absolute precision in terms of the placement of that from Okahara.
Service over. 8-7.
This is the big thing. Can Okahara just bring these margins in there? Doesn't have to be as tight as that. Outmaneuver your opponent. Don't think about winning the point. Got to wait for the right time. Something that Yamaguchi's so good at.
Well, quickly in to punish that, bring herself back on terms.
Service over. 8-4. Service over. 9-8. Service over. 9-all.
Perfect again.
9.
For me, does it quite have to be as close to the line? She's got the advantage over the speed. Definitely quicker out of the two players. Okahara.
Good leave and a 2-point lead at the mid-game interval. Okahara in front.
開短波冇問題嘅，開短波冇問題嘅。但係咧，你啲高球咧，有時唔可以放，有時要平啲你啲人。我諗你要試下啊！你要試下俾佢要逼住俾佢咁樣嘅啫。
11-9. Play.
That's just a wonderful shot.
Yeah, it's a brilliant shot.
Hardly moved a muscle towards it, mate. I just watched it. Opportunity missed there.
Yeah, and this is the big thing for Okahara now. It's just a case of feeling comfortable, because it'd be a bit surprising if there was any way for Japan to lose this overall tie. So for all their players, we saw it in the ladies doubles in the previous match, just getting used to the whole, feeling comfortable in the whole. First game they really didn't. Okahara, for me, she's just starting to maybe look a little bit more comfortable in there. some of these early matches can be so important for settling the nerves, getting used to the conditions. Each hall plays so differently, even if they look very similar. The size of them, the drift, the lights, everything.
Almost like she was looking at her coaches there to see, should I challenge that? They're a long way further away than she was. But I think it was a good call. Once again, the regularity with which he's hit that back line.
Yeah, and this is quite a different version of Okuhara, though. This is the one we're used to. A lot less mistakes, moving the shuttle around well, moving well herself. She's just starting to find her rhythm. When you have a top world-class player get into their rhythm, it's so hard to get them out of it.
Remember, she was 5-2 up in this second game, and since then she's hardly landed a blow in anger, Saloni Mehta.
Yeah, and it's just when you start to feel your opponents raise their level, and you know the amount of unforced errors Okuhara's made in the last probably 7-8 rallies, dramatically reduced. So now Mehta, she feels like she's got to do more to win the point. Just as I say, reduced in unforced errors, one apiece.
Snaps a run of 8 points in a row for Okuhara. Don't think it's going to make too much difference to the result of this match.
Service over. 19-10. Service over. 11-19.
Brilliant shot. Steps in, lovely control, cross net.
20, match point 11.
9 chances then for Okuhara to put this match to bed. One was all she needed. So 21 points to 11 in that second game. Just 31 minutes the match time, and after a few shaky moments, Okuhara's class winning the day pretty comfortably against 21-year-old Saloni Mehta.
21-15, 21-11.
Last half of that final game just seemed to whiz by. Maybe just lost the focus a bit, Mehta, but Okuhara enjoyed herself. Obviously, there'll be much tougher matches ahead. She wins 21-15, 21-11 in 32 minutes. Coming up, it's the second doubles match of the tie. Miyaura and Sakuramoto of Japan taking on Fan Kai-yan and Yao Mao Ying. That's in just a moment. warm welcome back to Chengdu. We always get decent crowds in China. Obviously, they're hopeful of home successes. China currently does not hold either of these trophies. India defending Thomas Cup champions, and Korean Republic the Yuba Cup. So we have reached the fourth of our 5-match tie. It's the second doubles, Miura and Sakamoto up against Fan and Yap. Just waiting for the court officials to appear on the show court, and once they're there, we will get the players in. Don't think this scoreline is any surprise, Chris, is it really? We knew that obviously Hong Kong are a young side in the rankings. They're way, way below the Japanese. But we've seen a few moments from both the singles players so far, and in the doubles as well, the odd moment of skill and class.
Yeah, definitely. I think the ladies doubles, especially the first game, was incredible from the Hong Kong pair. But yeah, definitely on paper, it's a one-sided encounter for Japan. And you know, Japan are one of the strongest nations, winning the Yuba Cup 6 times. They're a superpower. And this is a big, big task in this ladies doubles now as well for Hong Kong.
Players are on their way to the show court. Japan leading the way. Just the one previous meeting. That was at the Asia Mixed Team Championships 15 months ago. It went to 3 games, and the Japanese won in a very one-sided decider, 21-4. So let's talk about Miura and Sakamoto first of all. They won their first title as a pair at the Canadian Open a couple of years ago. It was a Super 100 then, it's now a Super 500. And then they won the Swiss Open last year, which is a Super 300, so it's their biggest win to date. They followed up by taking down the Orleans Masters title last year as well. So they're up to 11 in the world in the rankings. Have sneaked inside, well, she sneaked inside the top 10 with Yukika Takahata. Won 9 World Tour titles, Sakamoto did, with Takahata. And they had an absolutely bloodless victory on Monday for the loss of just 4 points. Won the first game 21-love, and the whole match only took 20 minutes. So I'm not sure how much of a workout that would have felt, to be quite honest. There's the confirmation of it against Mohamed Rafi and Melawuza of Uganda. The unfortunate pair on the end of a bit of a hiding. And the Hong Kong-China pair, Fan Kai-yan and Yao Mao Ying. They didn't play on Saturday. You can see ranked 106 in the world. They have been inside the world's top 100. Recently made the round of 32 at the Asia Championships and also Vietnam International, but this is going to be a very, very tough ask. There you see it, not involved in the opening match. Obviously now, Japan have secured the win in the tie because they lead 3-love. Always looked almost inevitable they would qualify along with Indonesia from this group. That's Benjamin Kuo from Chinese Taipei in the chair. There's the service charge, Lakpriya Edirasinghe. Well, that's a nice start. Absolutely split the tram lines with that.
Yeah, and these two Japanese, for me, one of the most improved ladies doubles pairs in the world. Going from strength to strength.
Versus Isabella Yin.
裁判员汤米，印度尼西亚；发球裁判员法迪奥，毛里求斯。
Umpire Robertus Tommy Oscariano from Indonesia. Service judge Badminton from
It's
Malaysia.
amazing to think you can be 4th in your country and 11th in the world.
Yeah, yeah.
Japan have number 4 in the world, number 7 in the world, number 8 in the world, 11, and then the 5th pair is 12.
Yeah, it's rough on all the other pairs other than the top two not being able to go to Paris.
Five in the top 12 really is, you know, it's an outstanding statistic. Too far off half of the pairs.
Well, it's amazing when you think that before they won this Uber Cup title in 2018, they hadn't won it for nearly 40 years before that.
Yep. The amount that they improved as a nation. Park Ju-bong was incredible. Remember when I was just starting on tour, Japan were nowhere near the superpower that they are today. Similar to India as well. India were not a superpower that they are today either. Two countries that have dramatically improved. Should show other countries out there it really is possible. Get the right people in charge. And the sport flourishes and grows, it's possible. India now, badminton, such a big sport.
I mean, I can see, obviously, if you get top coaches involved, that's going to improve the structure and the overall level. But how do you kind of engender more interest amongst the public in a specific country? Because that's half the battle as well.
Definitely, and you know, the simplest way is success. But also very, very difficult to do. And you know, something India did in the ladies singles category. Saina Nehwal and PV Sindhu, two players that showed incredible, you know, success, and the sport started to grow. And now in the men's doubles, you know, they did have a pair that were ranked world number 1. They've just slightly dropped to number 3 in the world with Ranki Reddy and Shetty. And from that success, the sport does grow. And in Europe, there's a few countries that are just struggling a little bit, and the success hasn't quite happened for them, and it's hard for the sport to grow in their countries.
I'm sure I saw a stat which was incredible, talking about PV Sindhu, that she could command about the second highest kind of sponsorship rate behind Virat Kohli. And I mean, that tells you everything you need to know. See, cricket's almost a religion in India.
Yeah, and I think she was something like the 7th highest paid female athlete, and you know, it is just because she's so famous. Every sponsor wants to be involved with her just because such a successful athlete in India, such a famous athlete.
Service over.
Meanwhile, in just 3 minutes on court, Miura and Sakamoto have got themselves a handy advantage early on.
At the moment, it's all a little bit too easy for the Japanese. 4 minutes, 9-3.
Yeah, they're quick rallies, aren't they? And the tempo of them is being dictated totally by the Japanese pair.
I do think since the pairs met, and it was 3 games, but this Japanese pair has improved so much in the last 12 months. I made semi-final of the All England Asia Championships quarter-final. Had some big success, winning the Swiss Open, Orleans Open.
5, 10.
I'm not sure they're nearly a double hit, but
so in double quick time, we've got to the mid-game interval here. 11-5 it is in favour of Miura and Sakuramoto.
brilliant defence. It's got to give him that bit of confidence.
Well, they need something, don't they, to spark at least a mini recovery in this opening game.
Service over, 12-6. Service over, 7-12.
And the pair from Hong Kong, look at the tournaments they've played, 6 in the last 12 months. You know, they don't even have the full 10, or the minimum, I should say, of 10. Wow, great shot.
I was just going to say, it's a huge ask, isn't it, when you've only had such limited match experience and then you're kind of thrown into the lion's den with really talented Japanese pair.
This is the thing, it takes kind of tournaments to learn, to build, get the confidence, get the momentum, and obviously not having 6 tournaments compared to a pair 25 in the world of Lee and Teng, Chinese Taipei, 31 tournaments in 12 months. The thing already in this match, they've improved, you know, from where they started. Yes, no doubt there would have been nerves involved. It's also just getting used to opponents of this caliber, of this level. A lot of the tournaments they've participated in are slightly lower level tournaments, so the chance of playing a pair of this caliber, yes, they've played them once before, but not on a consistent basis. They play in pairs of this level. rally. This is the thing now, the pair from Hong Kong, they're making it tough for the Japanese. Japanese are one of the best players in the world at the moment. Some of their recent results, making them work so hard to win the rally.
Yeah, those exchanges much more competitive than they were right at the start. Nonetheless, in a commanding position still in this opening game, Miura and Sakuramoto.
Service over, 15, 11.
Well, when you're losing by a margin, that tends to happen. Your opponents get the rub.
You can see the smash was just too flat, going in an upward direction. Really good. Good play from the pair from Hong Kong.
12, 17.
Good interception at the end from Yao at the net. Brilliant counter-attack from the Japanese.
Service over, 18, 12.
Just working the rally so well. Just too flat, that smash. Fantastic counter.
Service over, 13, 18.
Well played.
Really good again. Stepping in so well. Yeah, as soon as she gets that chance, gets her opponents off balance, in trouble.
14,
Flat there, downward direction there, and then takes off the tape really well. I've seen moments, really good level from these two players from Hong Kong. If they're given more tournaments, there's no way they're going to be ranked down at 106 in the world. This is one of those things that there can be an obstacle, because federations, generally, they're the ones that are funding the tournaments, and they've got to find the finances to be able to fund a number of players to play tournaments all around the world.
Yeah, the dreaded bottom line. That might have been going wide. Finished off in no uncertain fashion by Ayako Sakuramoto, and it sets up 6 game points for the Japanese pair. It's taken just 14 minutes for Miara and Sakamoto to put that opening game on the board. 21 points to 14. Japan in front.
因為如果你打開咗睇判斷唔到呢個冇問題嘅，但係接發球嗰度一定係知嘅嘛。好多時咧打嗰度都係打到最後嗰個波都係一打到呢度嗰個左手嚟嘅嘛，你明唔明啊？即係有啲波你一定要知道，我回蓋個波第一個波我要點樣回一定要清楚，啊要擺上嚟冇問題。擺上嚟放開嚟打下唔緊要，反正我哋屋企自己想嗱，我哋唔好要求咁多，自己想屋企點樣打就點樣，冇問題嘅呢度啊，冇問題。啊，只不過就係我要提一樣嘢就係佢左右手，你之前你要注意啲你出波嚟咯。
Second game. The board. Try.
So Miara and Sakamoto hoping to get the job finished in double quick time. See whether a Hong Kong pair can put a spoke in that wheel.
Yeah, just slightly wrong shot choice there. Got to be so careful when Miura, the net player's there. Very dangerous. And again. And here's quite a unique situation because Miura, he's 28 years old, but kind of only really burst on the scene maybe a year or so ago, maybe 24 months ago. Just quite an older age, really, to kind of find your form.
You don't tend to get many late developers, do you, like that?
Not really, but the depth in Japan is so strong that sometimes it's hard to get through to get your chance because they have so many good ladies doubles pairs. Brilliant.
Oh, lovely.
Whereas her partner, Sakuramoto, she's been around for quite a long time and obviously had a very successful partnership previously. Got top 10 in the world.
Yep, with Yukiko Takahata. Takahata, she won 9 World Tour titles. They look a very good pair, these two.
So solid. You know, they really give away nothing to their opponents. Especially Sakuramoto's defense is so solid.
It just feels like they're squeezing the life out of them at the moment. It's just nothing the Hong Kong pair can do.
Again, she's got such a good defense. Moves the shuttle around so well. Doesn't do anything too extreme, but finds the gap. Really solid, Sakuramoto. Big gap there, puts the shuttle into it. And again, she's on a roll.
6, look.
So at least they're on the board in game 2.
1-6.
Fan and Yao.
Again, such a good combination. Sakuramoto being the rear court player, Miura being the net player, setting each other up so well. Great return.
Service over. 2-7.
That defence.
Fantastic retrieving. That's wide though.
Almost the easiest shot to rally for her. You know, there was once she got back there was no way that she had any right getting it back.
7.
This one there, so calm and composed, puts in the gap.
Service over. 8-3. Service over. 4-8.
Well, a little run of points here for the Hong Kong pair, trying to get back into it, Fan and Yao.
Service over. 9-5. Service over. 6-9. Service over. 10-6.
Well, both pairs staying very patient there. And by far the longest rally of the match.
2号场地碰瓷杯，印度尼西亚
An important one too for the Hong Kong pair to win. 11-6 at the mid-game break. You wouldn't have given them a big chance at all. They can get another couple of points now. You're right back in it.
Versus Thailand. Men's double. Leo Lori Fernando. Daniel Martin. Versus Sirawit Soton. Tenapat Tinkaji.
裁判员雅各布丹麦，发球裁判员查布兰加，斯里兰卡。
Umpire Jakob Sundberg from Denmark. Service check DM Chatrana Wishwana from Sri Lanka.
8, 10.
Well, a couple of errors, and now there's just a point between them. As I said, that could have easily been 11-6 mid-game break. Now it's going to be much tighter. Albeit a couple of points in it after that bit of luck. 11-9.
11-9. Interval.
Waiting. Waiting. Hai.
嗱，要信自己啊，打得後邊打得好好嘅啊，唔一定話要全力攻嘅，但係咧又要攻完之後個人積極啲去補翻下一板得㗎，啊，將個位閃翻上。
Code 1, 20 seconds. Code 1, 20 seconds. Press up. Eleven, 9, 10.
Brilliant serve. Great little bit of variation there.
9.
Lurking with intent at the net again with Sakamoto.
So important when you're defending. You've got to get it down the sides, away from the net player. Just too central. Sakamoto, fantastic finish though. A little bit too easy at the moment now for the Japanese.
Yeah, that's 4 quick-fire points right off the bat following the interval. Rather taking the sting out of that mini comeback that Hong Kong had going just before the break.
Just missed it. Problem is at the moment, the pair from Hong Kong, they're always on the back foot. They're the ones defending. pressure's just on them. Drop.
Yeah, nice deception.
Does sometimes look at a point where how are the pair from Hong Kong going to get through, you know? The fence is so strong from the Japanese, and when the Japanese get the attack, they get through a lot easier. Brilliant.
Well, at the moment, they're hurtling towards the winning line here. Just 3 more points needed. They're just being blitzed at the moment. Fanning out.
This is the key, stopping the shuttle off. If you stretch, if you make your opponent move, twist, turn, you know, if the pair from Hong Kong, if they had got it, they would have been in so much trouble that a few more shots and they wouldn't have been able to survive. Japanese have found the gap so well in this game. Good shot. Just see there, Sakuramoto coming off in a forehand. The gap was the straight fade. That's exactly where she played it.
Drilled.
To perfection. Fantastic placement.
19-11. Service over. 12-19.
So, 8 match points
Service over.
for the Japanese pair here to put this match to bed. That'll work. 21-12. Only took 31 minutes. And that was a hugely impressive display from Rina Miyaura and Ayako Sakuramoto. Straight games. No real alarms at all. Just wasn't any point in that match, Chris, where you thought they weren't going to come through.
Nah, very professional performance, you know. And as I said, they're drastically improved over the last 12 to 18 months. Keep improving at the rate they are. Definitely going to be getting in the top 10 in the world.
Yeah, and clearly thoroughly enjoyed themselves here this afternoon. That was the winning moment. (21-14), 21-12, 32 minutes was the official match time. Well, coming up, it's back to singles, the last match of the tie. 2 teenagers head-to-head. Tomoka Miyazaki, so many good reports of her. She's got Liang Ka-wing in her side mirrors. She's a year older at 18. That's next. Well, a warm welcome back to Chengdu and our continuing coverage of the 2024 Thomas and Uber Cups. Traditionally the hub of Western China, Chengdu. Staged the Summer World University Games last year. It's going to host the World Games next year, but right now we've reached the 5th match and it brings together one of the youngsters everyone's talking about, Tomoka Miyazaki, just 17, up against Liang Ka-wing of Hong Kong, China. Two players already out on court, as you can see. First meeting, no real surprise. Have you seen much of Miyazaki, Chris? I've seen her play once and hugely impressed.
Yeah, I've not seen her play live, but yeah, I've seen her play a few times, and you know, there's no way she seems like a 17-year-old. Like, she is special. And, you know, she's definitely going to be the future in the ladies singles category, and for Japan, she's an absolute huge talent.
Already up to 26 in the world. She's been as high as 25. Won the World Junior Championships as a high school student, 16 years of age in 2022. And she's already got a World Tour title. She won the All-England Masters in March, a Super 300 event. She's won 3 international titles as well. And a career record so far, 66 wins and just 11 losses. She was in action, as you can see there, on Saturday. Didn't last long, did it? Gladys Mebasi going down in just 23 minutes for the loss of only 11 points. So that's a measure of the task that faces Liang Ka-wing. As I mentioned, she's a year older than Miyazaki. Her ranking, however, is a lot lower. There you see it, 357. She was also in action on Saturday, and she lost in straight games to Ko Mang-jui in a match that lasted 31 minutes. The rate of progression of Miyazaki has been absolutely astonishing. I mean, to win the World Juniors as a high school student is pretty crazy. 16. 4th Japanese woman to win the World Juniors, by the way.
Yeah, I think to win a Super 300 at the age of 17 is special. She's still learning, she's still developing, you know. She's only going to get better. Big question is, how good is she going to get?
Yeah, that All-England Masters was the same week as the All-England Championships. I would suspect next year that Miyazaki may well be in Birmingham. Trina Datan of India is in the umpire's chair. He'll be assisted by David Graf von Schwerin of Austria.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Hong Kong, China, represented by Liang Ka-wing. And on my left, Japan, represented by Tomoka Miyazaki. Hong Kong, China to serve. Love all. Play.
So sit back and enjoy the precocious talent that is Tomoka Miyazaki. First Uber Cup.
1 love.
Good judgment from Liang.
2 love.
Good start this from the world number 357.
Yeah, and this is the big thing. Miyazaki, she's so young, you know, she's not experienced this situation before where you're representing a country in this way, so it's going to be interesting in this tournament to see how she kind of deals with everything.
On the board.
So it's over. 1-3.
Yeah, I'm not sure Liang's seen anything like this either, so they're kind of both in the same boat, really.
The only slight difference between the two is just Liang's the only one that, you know, she can play free, no pressure at all.
Yeah.
Which sounds crazy, a 17-year-old having pressure on them, but, you know, she's this superstar that's emerging.
Yeah, there's a level of expectation, isn't there, every time she picks up a racket. But this is a really positive start by Liang. There have been a couple of errors by Miyazaki, but Liang's been proactive here, raced into a 5-1 lead.
Now, Miyazaki, what's she going to do? Is she going to kind of force it and even more mistakes will come, or will she manage to settle the nerves and kind of relax into the match slightly? Wow. Oh, wow.
Just missed it, just.
No challenge.
So it's over. 2-6. Service over. 7-2. Service over. 3-7. So it's over. 8-3.
Right on the line, yeah.
Yep.
So it's over. 4-8. Eight. Service over. 9-5. Service over. 6-9.
Just managing to stay in touch at the moment, Miyazaki. Back within 2 points. Remember, she trailed 6-1 earlier in this game. So just starting to assert herself on Liang Ka-wing.
Great shot. Yeah, with Miyazaki, I looked at some of the players that she beat early on, and you know, there weren't any big names, but you can only beat who's in front of you. But then in Swiss Open, she made the semi. She did beat one of her teammates, Bahori, who's a phenomenal player. She also beat Sindhu. So two big names. Doing that at the age of 17 is really impressive before she did lose in the semi-final of the Swiss Open to Carolina Marin.
Yeah, and I think you learn a lot from playing those kind of players, Marin in particular.
Definitely, and this is the thing, the age she's at, it is just all about kind of taking everything in and just constant improvement. Strange as it sounds, it's not all about the results, but she's already getting them, which is the crazy thing.
Yeah, she played well against Marin, actually. Marin was just a little bit too street smart for her in the end. But, yeah, there's no disgrace to lose to an Olympic champion.
Yep. Carolina recently proven she's still right up there with the best of them.
I still have a sneaky feeling because she might win in Paris. Because she's one of those women you never rule out. Just the mental side of her game is so strong.
Could be another series on Amazon if she does.
Which would be ridiculous considering the injury she's had to come back from.
Both ACLs, yeah.
Just long.
So it's over. 10 all.
So just a 1 point lead then for Liang Ka-wing at the mid-game break.
It's not quite what anyone would have expected before the match. Liang, she's played well so far.
Eleven, 10. Play. So it's over. 11 all.
Well, that was an invitation too good to refuse. Right into the hitting zone of Miyazaki, whose shot didn't disappoint.
I think Japan have done exactly the right thing, picking Miyazaki for these matches, just to give her the experience at this level. The hardest thing for Japan will be picking their team later on in the tournament. Such depth.
It's kind of a nice problem to have.
It is, definitely.
It was a very polite challenge. It was almost, yeah, can I? Yeah, of course you can. You get 2 per game.
They're so polite, the umpire wasn't too sure.
So Hawkeye's going to have a look.
I always find it strange when they challenge but then give the shuttle back. It's like you challenge but you kind of don't think you're actually going to win.
Challenge unsuccessful. 1 challenge remaining.
Shuttle was flush on the line, as you saw. So Liang's still right in this, only a point in it.
Play.
Yeah, the way Liang's played so far, though, I'm shocked she's ranked. I mean, she only has 4 tournaments on, so on one hand, it's not really a surprise, but being down at 357 in the world, I mean, a lot of the players from Hong Kong have the same difficulty of they just haven't had the experience. 4 tournaments on your world ranking, it's nowhere near enough. pretty much this whole first game so far, she's kept pace.
Yeah. Well, she had that great start, didn't she? She was 6-1 up. Miyazaki fought back, but now it looks pretty even.
Service over.
Two really young players.
14 all.
Be interesting to see how both of them mature in years to come. Fantastic shot. Wow. This is the thing, you know, considering,
Service over.
looked at some of her results
15-14.
and there was nothing kind of to shout about as such, but phenomenal shot. And then calm on that kill, sharp. She's played really well so far.
Yeah, she was in really quickly to follow it up for the easy kill. And just putting Miyazaki under a bit of pressure here in the opening game.
Definitely, when you look on paper, I would never have predicted it was going to be as competitive as this, and I'd also never have thought Liang was going to play to such a high level.
Well, this wasn't in the script, really. All of a sudden, Liang's on favourite for this opening game.
Service over. 15-17.
Absolutely buried that.
16-17.
Good return.
Yeah, aggressive return, stepped up.
18-16.
Next 2 points are massive.
That's wide.
19-16.
Well, immediate challenge here from Liang, and this is absolutely huge.
Called in.
It's called in, but she's going to have 4 game points if this gets reversed.
This is out, this is massive.
It's out.
Here's what challenge.
So 4 game points here.
Out.
A bit of a potential shock on the cards here. Can Liang convert one of these?
Game point 16. Game.
But she
Incredible.
can. Absolutely she can. So 21-16. And the Japanese prodigy trailing in the final match of this tie.
20 seconds. Second game. Love all. Late.
So can Liang keep going? Would be a huge shock. It wouldn't stop Japan winning the tie, obviously, but massive result for the Hong Kong woman if she can
One love.
get one over one of the most talented young players in the world. Decent angle on that, Liang. And you might argue it was an unforced error, but it wasn't the easiest.
This is the thing now. Miyazaki, it's a big question that she's going to be asking herself. Hasn't been in this sort of situation before, representing her country. Feeling the pressure at that age, 17. How's she going to deal with it?
And normally she's the giant killer, potentially.
Yeah.
And the boot's on the other foot today.
Exactly. And it's a totally different situation. It's often when you have a player who's young coming through and they then start to achieve a lot of success, and then they're not the underdog anymore. They're the favourite, and how, you know, the pressure changes. When you're free and you can play without pressure, generally, you know, you get these upsets. When you've got the pressure on you, it's totally different. I do think it's such an important thing now, just to get on a run and just get some confidence, get some momentum. For Miyazaki now.
Three, two. Service over. 3 all.
Brilliant. Didn't see a lot of that in the first game.
4, 3.
Yeah, she had odd moments, didn't she? But no real consistency through the game.
She still looks calm. She doesn't look flustered. Very sure. Read that incredibly well. Stepped in.
5, 3.
Took it so early. Wow. Some of the net shots from Liang today has been so good.
Service over. 4, 5.
Takes it low as well. Amazing control. Miyazaki there, when your opponent gets a net cord, it's so hard to do anything with it.
Thank you. All.
Still breathing right down her neck here, Liang Ka-wing. No respecter of reputation.
6, 5.
And this was not in the script at all, was it?
Well, this ranking is clearly a nonsense, isn't it?
I mean, yeah, she's only played 4 tournaments. the only thing is, when I looked at some of the results that she had in those, there was nothing that stood out at this level. The match definitely isn't over, but the level that she's shown so far for an 18-year-old, I mean, she's definitely got a bright future ahead.
Seven, 6.
Error of judgment there from Liang.
So it's over. 7, 8.
That was almost disdainfully dispatched, wasn't it?
So it's over.
Yeah, worked the rally so well.
9, 7.
Very calm and composed. You can see here, Liang's in all sorts of trouble. This is the thing there. Miyazaki's just played the full rally out. Could see her opponent was in trouble, put it in the gap.
Oh, chance, big chance.
It was, she had it.
10, 7.
Lucky break that for Miyazaki. So it's a 4-point lead
11,
at
7.
the mid-game break.
Interval. Eleven, 7. Play. Twelve, 7.
That's exactly what Miyazaki would want, just to get a bit of breathing space. That's an incredible lift off that.
I do like the way that Liang is still trying to be positive and proactive, though.
Yeah, I mean, she's not doing a lot wrong.
Men's single.
Just Miyazaki's raised her level.
Versus Nachagon Hosen.
裁判员法比奥，巴西；发球裁判员孙刚，中国。
Umpire Fabio Lopez from Brazil. Service judge Sun Gang from China.
We've definitely seen moments from Liang. She has a bright future, and if Hong Kong can manage to nurture that talent, years to come, they could have a strong Uber Cup team.
It's gone long.
Service over. 8-14. Service over. 15-8.
Yeah, looking good now for Miyazaki.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I've got to give her full credit. You know, after the first game, it would be easy for her to have not crumbled, but to have almost become, you know, very, very nervous and almost really stressed and not have played her full game at all. But full credit to her. At 17, she's come out second game really composed.
She does have an exquisite touch as well, doesn't she? That previous shot, quite brilliant.
18-8.
Just the wrong side of the line.
Service over. 9-18.
Right idea. I think she can afford one or two mistakes the position she's in now. Just missed. She does take off the net so well, though.
11,
Saw one earlier when she lifted on the forehand side.
Play. Service over. 19-11.
So a bit of a gift there from Liang. Miyazaki just 2 points away from levelling the match here.
Service over.
Missing by literally a couple of centimetres.
So 8 game points for Miyazaki.
Game point.
to level this
12.
match. (21-12) it is, and we are poised for a decider here. Miyazaki fighting back. 1 game all.
21-12. 1 game all.
呢邊咧有少少頂風嘅，咁所以如果佢重複你後場咧，可能會出界。呢個第一個推嘅，另外一個你少打你往前推嘅後場多啲，因為你係推嘅後場咧，你波推翻轉頭啊嘛，唔會咁容易出界噶嘛。咁你先壓喺佢後邊咧，你再搶。後ろの方が自分はちょっと早めにカットからここでちょっと使って。今電子がいってれば、あえてネットが結構ダッシュ早い。バランス戻りはちょっと早めに、ちょっとすぐ戻る。ネット前結構早い。レースバックが戻って、ネット前に早いと言って、ネット前に頑張る。押してもクロス来てもこっち押すとか、こっちにちょっと押すとか、中途半端な構えてまたやられちゃうけど、全部で前はやっぱりいい球打って逆にいい球してるから、ちょっと俺ちょっと風ちょっと。
Good 1, 20 seconds. Good 1, 20 seconds. Final game. Love all. Play.
So here we go then for the decider. Miyazaki certainly looked the stronger player in that second game. Let's see whether she can carry on where she left off in game 3. Start.
1 love.
Nice.
2 love.
Mature beyond her years. Tomoka Miyazaki. Shot choice is just so impressive and intelligent, let alone the execution.
Service over. 1, 2.
Superb.
2 all.
Come out of nothing, that, from Lian Carwing. Again.
And it's crazy to think in the last year, you know, Liang's only played 4 tournaments and won 1 match. And she's playing at this level. Where have Hong Kong been hiding her? Definitely needs to get more exposure on the World Tour.
Little shake of the head there from Liang, like she couldn't believe she won that point. She couldn't believe that Miyazaki netted there, but she did. That's what happens when you put players under pressure, even very good ones. They make mistakes.
Over. 3, 4.
On the line.
Yeah, the tighter that Liang can obviously keep this, the score, the more the pressure's definitely going to get to Miyazaki. Although obviously in the second game, I said she handled it incredibly well, but close you get to the finish line. Brilliant.
Over. 4, 5.
The other thing that's terrific with Miyazaki is she clearly has the ability, if she plays a poor shot, to put the previous point out of her mind. We saw it there. Mistake followed by superb shot, and that is probably another, although it's being challenged by Liang. Called in. Yeah, got enough of the line.
Doesn't get much closer than that one.
Unsuccessful. 1 challenge remaining.
So 2 stunners in successive points from Miyazaki. Got her back on terms in this deciding game.
Great pickup. This is a great rally.
Kind of a bit of a lip way to end it, but yeah, brilliant exchange. Actually, I thought that Miyazaki had several opportunities to end the point much earlier in that rally, but wonderful defense from Liang.
Gone for too much there on that stop drop.
Play.
Now she's literally scraping the paint off the lines.
7, 5.
Yeah, her accuracy at times is phenomenal. She has been very composed throughout the match, even when there's been times where, you know, Liang's taken the lead and looked really dominating. Miyazaki, nothing's phased her, which is incredible for 17.
Just won't go away, Liang.
It's over. 6, 8.
Almost the only times that we've seen Miyazaki struggle is almost when she has too much time, too many options to choose from. And that one there, such a good position on balance.
Yeah, Matt sat up and said, hit me, and she duly obliged.
Service over. 9-6.
And the presence there of Miyazaki so high up was enough to hold a higher base there. Liang almost slightly pulls out that net shot. Wow, incredible shot. Tiny little angle to play that through. Played it to absolute perfection.
We shouldn't be surprised, should we? I mean, she's played any number of those this match.
I don't understand how she's won one game in the last 12 months.
So 11-7 it is. Miyazaki leads.
11-7.
The mid-game break in the decider.
Change it. Seven. Play. Well, 7.
I think she'll come on a lot for this experience as well, Miyazaki, you know. Being threatened, having lost the opening game, with weight of expectation on her shoulders.
I would agree, you learn a lot from this situation, and you know, I am really, really impressed with the way she's handled it so far, because in the first game she was outplayed. Didn't let it phase her. She came back in the second, and it was tight at the beginning, and then turned things around, and her performance has got better and better.
Still the odd riposte being slung down by Liang Ka-wing.
8-14.
Yeah, for Miyazaki, if she'd come out here and won very comfortably, as crazy as it sounds, she wouldn't have learnt as much, you know, about herself and how to handle the situation. But by this sort of match, it's kind of exactly what she wants in an obscure way.
15-8.
How good is that?
Yes, fantastic shot.
17-8. Play. Service over. 9-17.
And still some fight in Liang Ka-wing, even from what looks a near impossible position. Four points in a row for Liang. That snapped that little sequence though.
Service over. 18-12.
Terrific.
19-12.
So that error brings Tomoki Miyazaki 8 match points.
12.
It's going to be interesting to see who Japan do pick for their big match against Indonesia. One we have coming up later in the week. Brilliant.
Well, what a way to win it. 21-13 for Tomoki Miyazaki. She had to come from behind, she had to show a lot of character, and she did both, despite a really spirited effort from Liang Ka-wing.
Match won by Japan.
But these two teenagers have given us a
21,
really
12,
entertaining
21,
final singles match in this tie, albeit that Japan have won it by 5 matches to love. Doesn't quite tell the whole story. That was the winning shot. That's the winning smile. And we'll be seeing a lot more of this young lady over the next probably, I don't know, 15 years. So she wins 16-21, 21-12, 21-13. Match time 50 minutes. Quick look at what's happened today. 2 of the matches have gone to 3 games. One of the doubles, one of the singles. Quick fire wins though for Okuhara and also for Miura and Sakamoto. But 5-love Japan, safely through to the quarterfinals now. More action to come later on with Japan against Germany in the Thomas Cup. That is Group B, so the men in action. And you can enjoy that with Jill Clark and Steve Pedersen from 5 o'clock local time this evening. For now, though, for myself, Trevor Harris, for Chris Langridge, our entire production crew here in Chengdu. See you again. Bye-bye.